And hello, very good evening. Welcome to the live stream. Hope you are all well. It's been a lovely autumnal sunny afternoon. We even sat out and had Sunday lunch outside today. It was quite nice in the sun. So good evening to Scrot Ice Age. Hope you're well. Good evening to Seb, and good evening to Lee Grant, and good evening to Amaze Taze. Hope you are all well today, and let's get underway. Here's the titles. So away we go then, and good evening as well to Scooby and Southwestern as well. Hope you are all well, and as always it's really good to see so many people in early on in the stream. So we'll get the game started. We'll talk about what's in store as well tonight. So we've got a run to begin with on the Riviera line. So we're going to do a 4-car HST service, Exeter to Plymouth, and then a 350 on the Birmingham New Street to Crewe line. And then we've got Edinburgh to Leven, and incidentally, Seb, that's what 2K61 is. It's the new update that's came out this week. So as long as you've got the 158, because we've got the newly liveried 158 on that run. And then last of all, we've got a Class 86 2 run on Birmingham New Street to Crewe. We'll see how time allows, but we'll either do Birmingham New Street to Crewe or the other Ralltour run that's on there, which is Crewe to Wolverhampton. Yeah, great to see you all in. And yeah, Scrappy from the Ice Age. Good evening, Concord. And right, I see, Seb, you haven't got the 158 to pack in, have you? Good evening, Rachel. Hope you are well. Our resident retired train driver. Always good to hear from you. Good evening, Brian. I hope I've mentioned everybody so far. Yeah, fantastic, Seb. Yeah, do it on the 170 if you haven't got the 158 pack. But we're going to start off on the Riviera line. Southwestern was asking about the new ATS pack. I think it's a brilliant idea, actually. Breathes a new bit of life into Train Sim Classic. I'm not massively bothered about the 165, 166. But I'll consider it once they fix the track joint sounds. I think they got a patch coming up, so that seems quite a positive thing. But I'd be absolutely delighted if they do a Ventura pack, and if we could have the Elizabeth line 345 and something of a representation of the 720 on Greater Anglia for the Gemma line. That would really make it interesting. Good evening, Peter. Yeah, and you're on form already, I can see. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can. Yeah, get dinner ready whilst we're doing the 350 run. So we'll start off on the Riviera line. If I can find it. Got so many routes. Ah, there we go. It's the top one, isn't it? So I think I've yet to do a HST run on on the Riviera line. So we're going to do the 4-car castle set run. We'll do it current day, custom weather. So this is 2 Charlie 69. So it should be the 1123 Cardiff Central to Penzance, but of course we're driving it from Exeter St David's to Plymouth. Ah, excellent, Southwestern. Yeah, I think that's what we need, really. I mean, I've said before, in Train Sim Classic terms, I'd be quite happy to drive either Shenfield towards the tunnel section and also the bit from Paddington out to Reading, and I'm not so worried about the bit in between, even if it is ATO operated. Yeah, we've got a few bits and pieces mod wise scrapped. But it's all PC operated. We're all on PC. Oh, there's the master key. Get ourselves into forward. Left door's unlocked. Headlights. What do we want? Daylight. That'll do. Doesn't seem to make any difference at the moment, does it? That dimmer switch. I did indeed scrapped. Yes, I did. Yes, indeed, Peter. Yeah, it's this is kind of the end of the road, isn't it, for the HSTs? And I guess they're not going to be in action for too much longer. We've got a 158 on a service into Waterloo down there. Well, I'll say Waterloo. We've got a funny livery going at the moment, by the way. I think we've got the northern livery on there, but that's just some crazy mod I've got installed, I think. So first stop is Dawlish. Well, this slightly weird thing going on with the windscreen. I noticed this when I was doing a bit of a tryout yesterday. I think that's 158's on a Barnstable service. I've got the new God mode installed as well, which means we can alter the weather as we're going along. So that'll make a difference to that. Yeah, it's just a bit of a weird texture issue going on. Yes, indeed, Southwestern. Yeah, I didn't actually know. I think this is the River X, by the way. And we're going over there. But no, I didn't know that the God mode was updated until Amaze Taze pointed it out a bit earlier on. Right, now we're good for 75. Yes, indeed, Scratch. Yeah, it was the last HST on the Great Western Main Line, but now they are relegated to local services. Yeah, I think somebody was mentioning about the ScotRail HSTs, and it's kind of, I won't say it's an urban legend, but it's been suggested in the forums that when the Farewell HST pack comes out, that it is going to be updated to include the ScotRail HST on the 5 Circle, but that's yet to be confirmed, I think, and perhaps we'll know a bit more when we get the roadmap. I think it's Thursday, isn't it? So hopefully we'll hear a bit more about what's to come over the next couple of months. And I'm kind of guessing that November might be the last of the busy months, really. Hopefully we might get the Just Trains Crewe to Preston route coming out, and hopefully there might be one or two other bits and bobs between now and Christmas, but you can imagine December's probably just going to be that season of reveals all over again. Good evening, Electric Blues, hope you're well. Yeah, I'd like to see, I mean, it's, you know, it's probably not essential, but hopefully we can get the plug door HSTs in, which would look nice then on the cross-country services and these remaining services on ScotRail and Great Western. No, I think it's Thursday, Concord. Yeah, I agree with you. Sometimes it's been, I think, Tuesdays and Wednesdays, but I think they've announced it's Thursday. Yeah, I agree with you, Southwestern. Yeah, I don't think, I think we're all a bit demoralised when Thomas the Tank Engine was announced. I mean, we did have the great announcement of the Malmay line, that was fairly early on, so that was kind of good, but it did get a bit boring later on, and most of the stuff we already knew about. This is God mode, Rachel. This is it kind of just means that whilst you're driving you can add a few bits and pieces whilst you're on the go. The one thing I tend to use it for is you can basically change the weather as you're going along. I mean, for example, so you put up cloudiness, you can suddenly make it raining as you're driving if you want to. And you can change the time of the day and all sorts, so there's one or two things. It's quite useful. The innie's a bit more generous as well. You can kind of, with the camera 8 view, you can move about a lot better. Well, that's what we were speculating. I remember talking to Amaze Tays as the season reveals were coming up, and we were all kind of hoping we were going to get something really, really exciting at the very end, because they kind of said something interesting is going to be at the very end, something that's unexpected, and we really had our hopes up, and I think we were a bit very disappointed, shall we say, when Thomas the Tank Engine was announced. I'm sure that, I mean, I could be wrong, Concord, but I've got a feeling they'll probably do it all again. There is a mod, I've not downloaded it, but there is a mod where you can actually put in the current weather as it stands now, and I think it's been a little bit temperamental in the past, but as I understand it, it's a bit more stable now. Yeah, no problem, Rachel. Yeah, I find it quite handy, and I think it's a little bit better with the camera 8 as well. You just have a bit more of a wander around. I mean, the only downside about driving the HST on this run is, of course, we don't get any in-cab announcements, but having said that, you wouldn't in reality, would you, on the HST, so I suppose it's not much of a thing. Yeah, it's a good idea, actually, Peter. I must think about getting it installed, but it's just one of those little bits of realism, isn't it, that thought that again, you know, I mean, very often on my runs, I do it in sort of terrific sunshine, but of course, as you say, you know, in the UK you don't get that in reality, do you? So it's nice to be able to do these things. It could be Concourse, yeah. Yeah, excellent, Rachel. Yeah, I must think about getting it installed. Oh, excellent, Scratch. Yeah, that sounds good. I think I was saying last week, but I almost can't believe that the HSDs have reached that stage of their life where they are operating sort of almost DMU-like services rather than the frontline expresses that they were built for. It could be Southwestern Sims. Yeah, I think. I mean, I've got nothing against the this Metro Rivals thing, and it's going to be the first time that we're going to get to see any sort of train game or train sim, I think, anyway, in Unreal Engine 5. But I don't know, it just seems a bit gimmicky, really. It's not quite in my the sort of thing I'd be really excited about. I just enjoy when we're doing these Train Sim World 6 runs. It's just like reality, isn't it? And it feels just a bit gimmicky, really. Yes, indeed, Scrat. Yeah. We'll be hearing a bit of that announcement actually when we do the next run from Birmingham New Street up to Crewe in the 350, because we get like a constant repeating of that message. Yeah, I think if you're kind of seriously into trains, then it doesn't just feel right, does it? Something like that. Yeah, I hope so, Southwestern. Yeah, that's really what I'm hoping for. That, I mean, to be honest, it looks a absolutely cracking idea, this updated HST pack. I think it's from Liam, isn't it? Or Grub Dog Games, as he's calling himself, as an independent producer of content now, I think.
Service to Penzance, calling at Teignmouth, Newton Abbot, Totnes, Ivybridge, Plymouth, Devonport, Dockyard, Keam, St Budo Ferry Road, Saltash, St Germans, Liscard, Bodmin Parkway, Lostwithiam, Parr, St Austell, Truro, Redruth, Canberra, Hale, St Earth, and Penzance.
Yeah, it just sounds as though it very much is a stopping service, isn't it? The Cardiff to Penzance. Yeah, there's any mode for God mode. It just makes moving about the train a bit more easier. Yeah, I mean, again, it's the same, isn't it, with, you know, Thomas the Tank Engine, and I get, you know, sort of the interest amongst kids, but you always get the feeling that it was always a bit doubtful whether DTG could properly implement it or not. Just so beautiful to ride along, isn't it, this line? Yeah, it'd be quite good actually to get some classic stuff like that. We could have an air show at Dawlish. Yeah, I mean, it's an ongoing problem, isn't it? And I mean, Scooby was saying, oh, good evening, Gaming 85, hope you're well. But Scooby was just saying how impossible it is to run the game on consoles. And I think I said a comment in the Discord channel, but I said, well, they can't ignore Discord because sorry, they can't ignore Discord. They can't ignore the consoles because consoles is such a key market for them, so they have to try and make sure that the game is running well. And I mean, one criticism, they do lots and lots of good things, but they just seem to skirt around the edges about the bugs rather than really tackling these things. And I think there's some really serious problems about these intensive routes now. They just can't cope with the consoles at all, and that's pretty clear to see. We're coming into Teignmouth. Yeah, that's where I thought, Southwestern. I didn't know the figures, but that's interesting to get some stats on that. 80%. I knew that they kind of dominated the game in terms of the actual sales, but
Newton Abbot, Totnes, Ivybridge, Plymouth, Devonport, Dockyard, Keam, St. Budo Ferry Road, Saltash, St. Germans, Liscard, Bodmin Parkway, Lost Withiam, Hard, St. Austell, Extract, Redcliffe, Camden.
first time really I've been able to have a proper look at Teignmouth, and again it just helps the camera 8 mode. Now you can just go out a little bit more in God mode, and obviously gets a bit more basic as you go across this way, but yeah, it's good to see. Oh, we've got a 150 coming in as well. Yeah, it's obviously got worse, hasn't it, Scooby and Concorde? I mean, the first time I really heard about it was the North London line, and I know that straight away, you know, even the ambassadors were saying it's not working right. Yeah, they've got to find a solution, haven't they? You never get. I suppose it's a real problem because PCs are clearly more advanced memory-wise, and the fact that you can upgrade them and all the rest of it. But they've got to find some sort of compromise. Yeah, it's a crazy situation, Concorde, isn't it? That's the case. I mean, I kind of get the point they've got to cut off and say with the older consoles now that kind of that's that, and the newer stuff that's coming out is not going to work. But they have to find some answer to this conundrum, because it's obviously a constant discussion. And as you well know, I mean, I'm running a 5-year-old PC, but you know, this still works fine at the moment. But obviously it's going to get to a point when this won't operate newer stuff as it comes out, so I'll have to upgrade in time. You sound like Matt Peddleston, Southwestern. He's obsessed with putting fog in. quite like the idea at the moment of doing this in kind of sunshine, because it's the way today's been. It's been a lovely, lovely, lovely autumnal sunny day, and I never expected for a minute that we'd be able to sit outside, myself and my brother, having Sunday lunch. Well, exactly right. And at the end of the day, if they sold and marketed the game and said we can only operate it for the PC, then you know, that's one side of the coin. But the fact of the matter is, if they are happy to take people's money, and you know, at the end of the day we're talking about 30 odd quid for a brand new game, then it just has to work. There's no two ways about it. All right, excellent, Southwestern. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, definitely. Oh, you need to get your head down, and yeah, it's always this time of the year, isn't it? Revisions. Crikey, that takes me back a long time doing mock exams. I'm probably talking about 1986, I would suggest. Makes me feel old. Yeah, they're not cheap, are they, Rachel? I know Amaze Taze is, I think I don't know whether he's definitely started it yet, but I know he's got the bits and bobs together, and he's looking to build his own, which is probably the best way of doing it, really. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, it was... Obviously, it was... Train Sim Classic was only for the PC, but they have clearly gained a lot of money on the back of console sales. I've been doing alright on the speed limit so far on this run, but once you get past Newton Abbot, we've got that section where you're kind of going up and down like a roller coaster, haven't you? So I'm not sure how I'll be doing that. Well, hopefully we might get a little bit more about the console development in the roadmap. Yeah, excellent, Amaze Taze. You'll be showing off and telling us, well, not showing off, but you'll be able to tell us how good it is and what settings you can operate it all at. I mean, I definitely would like to upgrade at some point.
Dockyard, Keam, St. Budo Ferry Road, Saltash, St. Germans, Liscard, Bodmin Parkway, Lostwithiel, Parr, St. Austell, Truro, Redruth, Canberra, Hale, St. Earth, and Penzance.
I mean, I'm with you there, Rachel. I mean, I've the only time I've ever opened up my PC was to put some memory in, which I did about this time last year, actually. And I must confess that I reckon it's probably not that difficult. It's kind of, there's loads and loads of videos. Again, YouTube's your friend, really, on helping out. Yes, train there somewhere. Yeah, I think we're coming towards Dainton Bank, aren't we? And I remember reading somewhere about this section between Newton Abbot and Totnes, and I think basically it's something along the lines of, if you're driving a HST and one of your engines isn't working, they kind of say you can avoid stopping at Totnes because otherwise you're going to struggle with the hills. Sounds like the sort of thing one of my customers might do there, Peter, in you sort of driving plant with scissor lifts on the back of a lorry. And I'm glad to say I've only put God mode back in again today, but it certainly doesn't affect anything in terms of frame rates. It seems to be working just as well as it was before. Yeah, that seems to be even the a rule in real life, which is incredible. Yeah, absolutely, Rachel. I mean, I must admit, I'm slightly clueless about exactly, if I do go for a new computer, exactly what to go for and what specs that I really need. You know, there's obvious things like, you know, an SSD card and making sure you've got enough hard drive to operate it and stuff, but it's just making sure it's kind of really it's future-proofing it, so that you want to be kind of sure that whatever you buy, it's going to be good for the next 5 years or so. And the one thing I will say is I've probably got more excitement and entertainment out of my PC than anything else, you know, in terms of, you know, you think about watching football on Sky or going on holiday even. I get more enjoyment out of my PC, because you go on holiday, it's lovely for a couple of weeks, but then you're back to reality, whereas you can keep coming back to your PC forever and ever. Ah, right, okay, Peter. I didn't realise that. I wasn't sure. Yeah, wow. I bet that's interesting. I'll tell you what, I mean, I suppose you must encounter horrible weather sometimes and doing it on a horrible day, but I bet in the middle of summer, and if you're driving about in the Cotswolds and, as you say, up through to into the southwest, then you must see some absolutely beautiful journeys. I mean, I haven't been this year, but most years I venture into the Cotswolds for first bit of speeding. I knew I would have problems on this section. I usually encounter the Cotswolds when I go the big air show of the year, the Royal International Air Tattoo. Yeah, absolutely, Rachel. Yeah, that's a sensible plan. Yes, I think for the next few miles into Totnes, it's not so much, I can forget about using the accelerator. It's all about the brake, isn't it? Yeah, definitely, Peter. It's a beautiful part of the world. I don't know, Scooby, to be honest. Shouldn't be. Yeah, it's always a delight to travel through the Cotswold villages. And there's a 8-car Voyager working. Right, we're on level ground at the moment, aren't we? Yeah, I must admit sometimes, Concord, that when I've been at real locations and, you know, I don't know, daft little things like coming into Manchester, I'm thinking, when I'm sitting on the train in real life, thinking, it's not stuttery, what's going on? Oh, wait a minute, no, I'm on a real train, aren't I? I'm not on the game. Why isn't it stuttery in real life? Yes, indeed. Oh, that's one thing I have to say I have given up on, Peter. I've had my fill of coaches, you know, and obviously, you know, you won't be surprised to know I much prefer going on the train, but I can remember the occasional coach ride back in the day, and it always seemed to be there'd always be somebody on a coach having a tuna sandwich as well, which would and all those endless service stops as well. I mean, British Rail ran an advert, didn't they, in the Intercity in the, well, it's probably more like 90s, wasn't it? We're getting there, and they kind of made a point of showing about the fact that if you're on the train, you don't have to stop for services. Always loved it when we've when I've gone on long trips, and it seems like it's quite a few years since I've been. We used to go camping quite a bit, me and my brother, but it's always lovely just to stop off somewhere on the way and have lunch with a, you know, a lovely view in the background, and nothing nicer to enjoy. I think I've been a bit overcautious for this 60 odds, but we've got 45 coming up. Yeah, it's a shame, Peter. Yeah, I must admit, most of the trips that I've had over the last few years, I've tended to reserve a lot of my train travel for being when I've had my weeks off, and I have to say, going in the week is so much less invasive than going at a weekend. So I've been at a weekend sometimes if I've been, say, on a Ralltour, not Ralltour, on a diesel gala day or something like that. coming into Totnes. Just to say, as always, thank you very much, everybody, for your ongoing support of the channel. Really appreciated. And if you are brand new and you're watching us for the first time, then if you would consider liking and subscribing, I'd be tremendously appreciated. Yeah, it's good that the camera 8 mode on this God mode, I think, I think it's with a new innie, and it means you can have a zoom around a little bit better. Is that one of the old China clay factories or something with that that chimney? Yeah, the trouble is, if you're all travelling together, then it's a bit too expensive. It's quite expensive all going first class, but yeah, cattle class just isn't enjoyable, is it? Oh, that sounds fantastic. That takes me back to the summer of '98 when myself and a mate went for the World Cup in France, and we had an Interrail ticket travelling around France, which was absolutely amazing. So we went down as far as Marseille. And we stopped quite a bit of the time in Toulouse. We were in Nantes. You know, nearly forgot about that 25 here coming off the junction. But it's tremendous value. The only other memory I had of that trip was I can remember on some of the overnight runs that we had on those couchettes, and we were perfectly comfortable, but the SNCF guards had this horrible habit of just allowing you to settle in and get to sleep, and then they'd be knocking on the door for a ticket check. Yeah, absolutely, Rachel. Being out up front, you had the best seat in the house, as it were. And again, just imagine as your day job, driving a train that, you know, takes you past, on the section we've just had through Dawlish and the sea wall. You know, nothing short of incredible, really. Yeah, it does, Scooby. But unfortunately, we haven't got the plug doors in Train Sim World at the moment. But we're kind of waiting and seeing whether this new HST farewell pack. I've got a feeling there might be an announcement about that on Thursday, but I'm usually wrong about these things when I make these predictions. But hopefully we'll get the new doors in then properly. Ah, fantastic! Yeah, I mean, Switzerland is something else that I have been on the trains on, but I mean, that takes me back to being at school. Actually, we went for I think it was a week actually in the summer, and that was absolutely gorgeous, travelling around the Swiss Alps. We were based in and around Interlaken. Bern, I think, was the nearest big city, but it was absolutely gorgeous journeys. Yeah, I can only imagine, and I mean that in itself, and imagine on a summer's day, okay, you might have the sun boking your view in terms of trying to take in the signals, but you certainly couldn't fault what you were going through. Yeah, never been to Austria. Closest I think I've done is driving on Transim around Venice, but I don't think that counts. I've certainly never been in the real world. Hoping, by the way, I've got rid of the clicking clock sounds that you heard. I think it was just to do with the USB hub device. It seems to have gone away anyway, because I was having this weird thing where I couldn't shut the computer down, and it was still flashing away when it was closed down, but it seems to have sorted itself out. Yeah, absolutely. It's I think Switzerland's the only way I could describe it is it's like Wales, but only a lot grander, or Scotland, or a lot grander. But it's, yeah, Switzerland's lovely. Yeah, they've always been good on their technology, haven't they, Concorde? Oh, that sounds interesting. So, are you back then now? We on holiday then, Concorde? No way, Rachel. That's my old joke about Norway. Yeah, that sounds superb. You've got a motorhome, have you? I know that's something my brother actually always raves about. And we've got I've got an auntie and uncle who've got a motorhome, and I know my brother would absolutely be in heaven if we had a motorhome, and I can see the delight of it, you know, setting out into particularly a game when the weather's good. Right, fantastic, Concorde. Did you have a lovely time? I know our old friend of the channel, Christopher, had a motorhome, as I recall, and he was chatting to us sometimes when he was at base, as it were. But we seem to have lost him. We've not heard from him for a good few weeks. But I just hope he's okay. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, maybe one day if the funds allow. That's something I would love to have, because I mean I do love, I mean, as Peter was saying, you know, talking about Switzerland and Austria and travelling about in Europe, and I do love travelling abroad and going to different places, but there are some absolutely gorgeous places in this country to visit as well. Ah, right, it's that time of the year, is it? Well, I'm saying it's that time of the year, right. Yeah, and imagine they'd be a damn nuisance. Ah, excellently. Hope you enjoyed your tea. Yeah, it's just a bit bizarre, Rachel, to be honest, because he was a very, very avid chatter, and he always said he wasn't an out-and-out rail enthusiast, but he absolutely loved the channel, and he was a really avid supporter, and then it just disappeared. Very odd. I always think at the time, a bit random this, but when Norway beat England in I think it was a World Cup qualifier, wasn't it? And you had that random commentator who was getting so excited, and he kept rattling off all famous names from the English past. And he ended up by saying, "You took one hell of a beating." Yeah, no, it sounds lovely, Rachel. Yeah, I've definitely not quite got the hang yet of these descents and climbs. It's quite difficult to judge it properly, but we've got about 2.5 minutes to get to Ivy Bridge on time. Currently on level ground, and then I presume we're probably on some descent then into the next section. Yeah, oh absolutely, yeah, certainly if you're doing it all the way on motorhome, but incredibly exciting though. Yeah, I was a bit too worried about going over the 60, but then again it takes a bit more control. I guess in theory it should be a bit easier driving this HSD with the foreset than the longer formation. Should take off and should be easier braking wise. Yeah, just about a mile away from Ivy Bridge. I'm going to be a bit late, aren't I, by the looks of it? Ah, you sound as though you know it and you've done it before then, Peter. Alan Wicker of the channel. Although again, there'll be any of our younger viewers will not have a clue who I'm talking about when I say Alan Wicker. Yeah, we have got announcements, haven't we, on the Manchester Airport commuter route, Scrat, which is excellent. Although at the moment they're not properly working perfectly because, unfortunately, you get this. Apart from platforms 13 and 14, everything says that this train is for Manchester Piccadilly. But I think there's a bit of a bug with TrainSim World 6 for the terminus stations anyway. I just hope it's one of those things that DTG don't forget about. Look at those mad people there standing in front of the lot, in front of the yellow line. They're not being very. They're not doing very well, are they? Yeah, I mean, I must admit, I'd love to have the time to be able to kind of travel, you know, in this country and in Europe and, you know, in cars and on trains, but I'd love to be able to do it more than like a couple of weeks away. But maybe when I retire sometime. Yes, indeed, Scooby. Yeah, I think it doesn't matter how many times that you get the announcement at the station, please stay behind the yellow line. There's always people that will not observe it. Oh, I see. I see. You've worked him out then, Scooby. It's Oscar, is it? Ah, excellent. Likes to keep us guessing with the names. Ah, excellent. Detective Scooby. Ah, good evening, dude. Yeah, hope you're well. Yes, happy Sunday indeed. It's been a lovely autumnal Sunday, actually. Really, really enjoyed it. Yeah, I'll confess that you had me on that one, Oscar. Never occurred to me for a second. Yeah, I hope you're well, dude. Oh, that sounds amazing, Peter. Sounds like sort of a James Bond sort of scenario, that does. I mean, much as though, you know, I enjoy being on the train, but being able to do it with your own free will, as it were, by car, then it's fantastic. Good evening, Josh. Yeah, hope you're well. Been having another play around with your 2019 timetable on Birmingham Cross City, so loving the fact that we've got the 350s on the new 350s on the route. So I've got a video coming out, well, hopefully tomorrow. I was recording it a bit yesterday and a bit earlier on, so just at Aston to Wolverhampton, so including your bits on your route, and then on the new Birmingham Crewe route as well. And again, very intrigued to see that clip that you put on the Discord channel about a West Coast Main Line 350 on the West Coast Main Line South with announcements. That would look lovely. All right. Do you mean on the game, Josh? You don't mean in real life? I like it, Peter. I like it. Love at first sight. Brilliant. Ah, right. Oh, brilliant, Josh. Oh, fantastic. I have done that once before in real life. Oh, my brother will tell me what year it was now. But it's... Oh, it must be... I don't know. It must be 15 years ago, perhaps. But funnily enough, we started from Crewe. What did we do? We went from Crewe to Birmingham. Then we took the Chiltern Main Line down to Marylebone. Then we went overnight on the Night Riviera. Then we come back to Paddington. Then we went off to East Anglia and Norwich, and then up to Newcastle, up to Edinburgh, and then Oban, and then back down to Crewe. All right, fantastic, Peter. Yeah. All right, brilliant, Josh. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And the good thing is you can let other people worry about the pathing and trying to make it work. So where's your destination on the Caledonian Sleeper then, Josh? All right, that's fantastic, Josh, and I know everybody will look forward to it being available. We had, I think we had a couple of people mention it last week and asking when it's going to be out. But yeah, very much enjoyed driving it, and it's been lovely to have been part of the band of people that have had early access. Really appreciate it. I know Amaze Taves was delighted as well. Ah, brilliant. Evening, Seb again. Yeah, that's the beauty of it, isn't it? I can remember a couple of times the guards coming along checking the tickets, and I remember one of them commenting saying, "Oh, first time I've ever seen one of those all-line Rover tickets," but it's kind of the daddy of them all getting one of those. Access to absolutely anywhere over the country. So have you got a week one? I'm guessing, Josh. Yeah, I certainly enjoyed the Sleeper, and I was just so... I've only done it the once with the Mark 5s, done it with the Mark 3s, I think a couple of times. I think I've done it 3 times all told, but only one time with the... only one time with the Mark 5s, but I was just delighted last time to be able to get up in the morning and have a shower on it, which was first time I've ever had a shower on a train, which I think you can't even do on the Orient Express. Yes, indeed, Peter. Yeah, still very much available. Yeah, it's just an amazing feeling, and I think we booked. The one thing we did do is we booked a return trip from Paddington to Penzance, which I think, to be honest, we did it standard class most of the week, but we did Paddington to Penzance on in first class. So yeah, absolutely delighted for it. So coming into Plymouth. And of course, in reality, we would be allowing our driver to carry on this journey and take the service on to Penzance. Well, I'm sure you'll enjoy absolutely all of it, but particularly enjoy the Caledonian Sleeper. Ah, right, excellent, Mace Taste. That sounds pretty impressive, I have to say. I think I exceeded the speed limit once. It was only briefly, but I am about a minute and a half late, aren't I? Good evening, channel not in use. Oh, that's good to know. Yeah, very pleased to hear that, and yeah, hope these things can help. I know we only talk, I won't say rubbish, but you know, we talk and we travel about on the train and we see the countryside.
Saltash, St Germans, Liscard, Bodmin Parkway, Lostwithiel, Parr, St Austell, Truro, Redruth, Canberra.
Oh, let's have a look. Oh wow, 16,548. So that's a rare early lead for me. Yeah, well played, Amaze Taze. Anybody else in the channel do that run today as well? Be interested in your scores if you did. Right, fantastic, Josh. Yeah. Oh, that sounds good. So I presume it's got to be the new 350, hasn't it, to substitute in? Right, so Bushy and Harrow don't. The announcement would read out Watford Junction, then straight to Euston. Ah, 16615, Concord. Right, fantastic. Well, this is good to know. So, right, let's make a little note of that then. So, that's me. So, Amaze Taze was 16,233. Electric Blues was 16,548. So you have taken the lead as far as things go there. And Concord was actually even better, 16,615. So, wow, well done. Well done, you all. And thanks all for taking part. Yeah, I agree with you, and I think a lot of us have talked about that. I know Peter's talked about the seats being hard on the IETs. Right, you're 10 miles behind, Brian. Well, let us know what your score is. So far, I think Concord is the leader. All right, excellent, Seb. Yeah, well, no worries. I think sometimes real life always gets in the way. Fair enough, Concord. Yeah, fair enough. Right, so let's exit that. But yeah, that was a cracking little run. Enjoyed that. And thank you all for taking part. I need to start getting some graphics together, don't I? And getting some sort of leaderboard done. We'll do the usual scenario of kind of exiting the game and then just time for a very quick advert break. Yes, indeed, Josh. It's one of the annoyances of being on the train. I mean, you've done well to be able to follow it, really, so far. But yeah, thanks for all taking part. I'll try and keep a note of those scores, and if I get the chance of putting some sort of graphic together in Discord, then that's something I'll try and put up. I'm not quite in the realms of being able to do a live sort of a scoreboard that I could put up, but I don't know. There's probably some graphics engine out there that could do that. Yes, indeed, Peter. Yeah. Yeah. That sounds good. Right. So where are we off to now? Is it Birmingham Crewe, wasn't it? Keeps confusing me with these names. It's like some names have got the line on, but some haven't. So I think it's I can't remember now if it's 351 or 353 or whether it matters. I wrote down 353. Probably find it isn't. So this is 9 Foxtrot 34. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it is. Yeah. So it's the London Euston to Liverpool Lime Street, and we're doing the 350 service to Crewe. Right, there's a goose watching, Seb. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Right, I did see a thing about you can't complete a full run on the 2K60 one about because you're going in the hot tub. Well, that sounds nice. Anyway, are you still on half term, or I think most people half term was last week, but I suppose it varies a bit. Whoever wrote down those scores? Yeah, there we go. Right. Ah, okay, yeah, that's often the way, Seb, isn't it? What do they call it? Inset Day. I know my colleagues at work often talk about with their sons and daughters about Inset Day. So as always, plenty going on. I find it an absolute nuisance with the camera. You can zoom so far in, and then inevitably you end up going into the roof, as it were. It's advertising the next train to leave platform 8, and we've not even got underway yet.
Welcome aboard this London North Western Railway service to Liverpool Lime Street. We'll be calling at Smethwick Galton Bridge, Wolverhampton, Penkridge, Stafford, Crewe, Winsford, Hertford, Acton Bridge, Runcorn, Liverpool South Parkway, and Liverpool Lime Street.
Yeah, well, enjoy.
Please familiarise yourself with the safety notices displayed throughout the train.
enjoy your food, or at least your preparation for it anyway, Peter.
If you see something that doesn't look right, speak to staff or text the British Transport Police on 61016. We'll sort it. See it? Say it. Sorted.
Ah, right. Is that some sort of injury you've had, Seb? I'll enjoy your dinner, Concord. I had a right palaver actually with driving this train because I thought I'd got all the train faults switched off, but it was still throwing up all sorts of issues with things like people getting stuck in the doors and all stuff like that. And then I realised that I've got random behaviours switched on, so I've got that turned off because, in all honesty, unless DTG can fix it so that it really is random and that you might have it once in every, I don't know, dozen runs or something, but to have it happening at nearly every station is just ridiculous. All right, okay, this is physio just improving your fitness or whatever. Right, 15895, Brian. I've got to find me where I've listed it now. Yeah, well played, and thanks for taking part. I think Concord is the winner on that run. Yeah, unfortunately, those... I mean, it was inevitable, wasn't it? The moment they introduced it, I thought, this is going to be an absolute nonsense. And I was just hoping, you kind of want it perhaps to be a bit more likely to happen than it might be in real life, but not nearly every station and not every run. It's just absolutely crazy. Hope you're well, Zachary. Ah, brilliant. Yeah, you were saying last week about your amazing holiday. Now, there's no relegation in this in Power Flower Trains and Planes situation, Brian. I was joking about this to Amaze Taze and said I'm a bit worried about these league tables because sometimes with my scores, and I might have started off reasonably well there, but I would be I'd be facing relegation myself, and I think at least as the person who drives the train on the channel, as it were, I don't think I can relegate myself. No worries, Zachary. But yeah, I hope you're having an amazing holiday. It sounds brilliant, and thanks for taking the time out to chat. That's really appreciated. I'm a bit more worried about trying to get this right. Oh no, this is Smethwick Roll Street, isn't it? I was panicking then. I was thinking, I was remembering me run from earlier on. I was thinking I had to stop there, but no, it's Smethwick Golden Bridge. yeah, I hope there isn't a thing. I don't mind, obviously, loving the
We are now
updates.
approaching Smethwick Galton Bridge. Please mind the gap when leaving the train and step onto the platform before removing heavy luggage and pushchairs. Whilst at the station, if you see something that doesn't look right, speak to our team or text the British Transport Police on 61016.
But yeah, hoping that we don't have to keep switching these things off with the settings all the time.
This is Smethwick Galton Bridge.
12. London North Western Railway service to Liverpool Lime Street. Calling at Wolverhampton, Penkridge, Stafford, Crewe, Winsford, Hertford, Acton Bridge, Runcorn, Liverpool South Parkway, and Liverpool Lime Street. The train at platform 3 is the 0812 London North Western Railway service to Liverpool Lime Street. Calling at Penkridge, Stafford, Crewe.
Yeah, absolutely, Brian. I can't get used to this. I thought I'd... You see there again. I'd switched it off earlier on, but it's still come back off again.
For the 0812 London North Western Railway service to Liverpool Lime Street, which is
I thought that was random behaviours. So even that hasn't saved. But yeah, Stoke is...
Welcome aboard this London North Western Railway service to Liverpool Lime Street. We'll be calling at Wolverhampton, Penkridge, Stafford, Crewe, Winsford, Hertford, Acton Bridge, Runcorn, Liverpool South Parkway, and Liverpool Lime Street.
yes, indeed.
Please familiarise yourself
Josh.
with the safety notices displayed throughout the train.
All right, cheers, Seb. That's appreciated. Thank you. See, I wouldn't even know how to do that.
If you see something that doesn't look right, speak to staff or text the British Transport Police on 61016. We'll sort it. See it? Say it. Sorted.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it, to be on a train and to be on something similar in real life. But yeah, Stoke, to mention Brian's point, yeah, I can't quite get used to this idea of being at the higher reaches of the table, and a brilliant win yesterday over Bristol City, but it's early days. You know, I'd be more than happy after, I think, ever since we've been relegated, we've never been in the top half of the table that we finished up. So I'd be delighted if we could just make the playoffs. Yeah, Paddington's an incredible station, Lee. Yeah, how does the game compare to real life then, Josh? I know it is pretty realistic, isn't it, to be honest? So hopefully I've got a recorded video coming out tomorrow. That's Aston to Wolverhampton, so it's just enjoying the stopping runs, and it's just now taking advantage of the fact that we can effectively do a full run from Aston through to Wolverhampton, which is exciting in its own right. And I'm hoping, fingers crossed, to have something out for bonfire night, if I can get it recorded in time, with a run from Brighton to Lewes. Of course, there's always an amazing festival of sort of bonfire night, and they have this street parade or something at Lewes. We were watching a bit of it on a stream last year, so do a bit of that. I've never been to it in real life, either for the bonfire night party thing that they have, or to the Lewes itself. But I thought I'd throw in a few clips of real life fireworks that I've recorded over the years, so we'll try and get that done for Wednesday. Yeah, I bet you were thinking, hang on a minute, why are they opening the doors whilst we're on the move? Oh yeah, Scooby, yeah, well remembered, thank you. Oh, I'm speeding. See, it just gets you because you have 60 and then you have 75 within the space of a few hundred yards. It's quite a difficult stretch between Smethwick, Galton Bridge and Wolverhampton. All right, excellently. So I know there's been a few people have commented when we had a neutral section sign there, but of course there's no neutral section on the route properly, but there's obviously not a lot of trains that actually support it at the moment. Yes, indeed, Seb. Yeah, a certain power flower forgot to start up the GSMR. It's kind of not on my radar, really. I remember to put most things on, but I'd never remember the GSMR. I think if we had it like properly, like you did in Train Sim Classic, it would occur to me a bit there. That's quite good how you can set it up, put the head code in properly, but it's a little bit more basic, isn't it, on Train Sim World 6? Then for the next run after this tonight, we've got the finally we've got the chance of driving the Leven liveried 158 that they talked about ages before the upgrade to Leven came out on the 5-circle line. It's still not as good as the Forks timetable, but it's good that at last that the revised timetable is at least out. Yeah, I think in some trains, Electric Blues, it works, and some it doesn't, but it's still very, very basic. I mean, on Train Sim Classic, you literally have to put the head code in, you have to note the signal code, Yeah, it certainly is. We're on that run through to Crewe at the moment, Peter. We're just on the second run. Oh, you're talking about the next one. Well, it's a 158 though, so it's a special one, to be honest. It's basically communication, electric blues. So it means you can talk to the signalman and stuff, but it's telling everybody where you are, and I think I'm right in saying that the signalman will be able to instantly make contact and stuff. Right, we'll try and get down to 30 in time. I like it, Peter. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I didn't.
We are now approaching Wolverhampton. Please mind the gap when leaving the train, and step onto the platform before removing heavy luggage and pushchairs. Whilst at the station, if you see something that doesn't look right, speak to our team or text the British Transport Police on 61016.
I didn't really explain it very well, in all honesty, Electric Blues, but if you look it up on Wiki, you'll get a much more comprehensive overview of what it is. I can't even remember what it stands for, to be honest with you. Yeah, we've got I think that'll be a Walsall service on the left. It's not impossible. That might even be the train that I drove in earlier for tomorrow's run. Where is our marker? Here it is.
This is Wolverhampton. Welcome aboard this London North Western Railway service to Liverpool Lime Street. The next stop will be Penkridge.
Yeah, you still can't quite get as far with camera 8, but Wolves Molyneux is in the game.
This London North Western Railway service to Liverpool Lime Street. We'll be calling at Penkridge, Stafford, Crewe, Winsford, Hertford, Acton Bridge, Runcorn, Liverpool South Parkway, and Liverpool Lime Street.
There you go. So Mace Tays has given us the definitive
Please
answer.
familiarise yourself with the safety notices displayed throughout the train.
So Global Systems for Mobile Communications Railway.
If you see something that doesn't look right, speak to staff or text the British Transport Police on 61016. We'll sort it. See it? Say it. Sorted.
I think the 37 does lay in on other routes, Lee. Of course, there's more than 137. You've got that Rogo one for the southeastern main line. Good evening, Andrew. Hope you're well. Of course, as always, to give you your full name, 156 Andrew Shortbread Express. Hope you're well. You're on the Rumballs and Baileys. That sounds nice. Welcome back, Seb. And hello again, Concord. So, food, I've forgotten now. No, it's Peter who was doing his food preparation, I think, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm marvellous, thank you. Yeah, it's been a lovely autumnal day, which always makes me feel good this time of the year. I love it when we get a Monday morning where it's sunny, but it always seems to be raining on Monday morning. Don't know why. Now, oh yes, well, we love a bit of Baileys around Christmas, I think, as everybody tends to do. But yes, it does, providing you're doing it on PC, and the PC mod that's available on TrainSim Community does have the Azuma, which you can take up to Mark Inch. Unfortunately, not on the standard timetables at the moment. Oh, sounds lovely, Scooby. I'm well impressed with that. The issue with the Azuma as it came out is that it's kind of got a diesel mode to it, but rather stupidly they put the version in where basically it's got virtually no power. It's just like a reserve, like emergency small diesel engine, so it doesn't really work very well. But I think Forks and the team who produced the enhanced timetable for the 5 circle line came out with a solution, and you can do it at full power. Yeah, I'm very partial to a Terry's Chocolate Orange, Lee. There you go, Seb. Right, that's interesting, Concord. Well, we'll see in a minute, because I don't know whether we're scheduled to get one passing on our run, but yeah, it'd be interesting to see if we just get an AI one on this new 158 timetable that they've just released. I've not even given it a run yet, other than the fact that I've worked out that they said the announcements work on the 158 and they don't at the moment. Oh, I can imagine Concord, but then chocolate and Swiss and Switzerland go hand in hand, don't they? As absolutely beautiful. So where are we for time? Yeah, we're about actually perfect, aren't we? By the time we get to Crewe, then it'll be time for the half-time break. All right. Excellent, Andrew. I wonder how long will it be when we start getting electric trains on the 5 Circle? And then, of course, I mean, it's already probably inaccurate because we haven't got any overhead wires at all on that section. So you're going to get a situation where it's going to be unrealistic even as it is now. But the race will be on then for somebody to come up with a mod to put the electric wires in then, maybe. So I think this is the first time I've done a 350 in this direction, so I must make sure I stop at Penkridge. It's one of those locations that you could easily go flying through with without careful consideration. We should be all right just yet. And we are good for 110, aren't we here? Yeah, there you go. Maximum speed 110. So we're 350, 216. And this is, in reality, a section of line that, if we were driving the Voyager, we would be cleared for 125. Oh crikey, Amazed Taze. Well, that's yeah, I'm amazed, I thought, to be honest. And of course there's no guarantees yet because I've not stopped, but I think Penkridge is one of those places that it's a bit like the Stevenage on the East Coast Main Line.
Before removing heavy luggage and pushchairs. Whilst at the station, if you see something that doesn't look right, speak to our team or text the British Transport Police on 61016.
It's only got short platform as well here.
This is Penkridge. Welcome aboard this London North Western Railway service to Liverpool Lime Street. The next stop will be Stafford. Whilst at the station, if you see some...
I know. I was tempted, and again, it's getting round to doing these things.
Railway service to Liverpool Lime Street, calling at Crewe, Winsford, Hertford, Acton Bridge, Runcorn, Liverpool South Parkway.
Oh, that stupid passenger getting stuck again.
Will passengers intending to travel on this service please join the train now?
Right, where is the door?
0833 London North Western Railway service to Liverpool Lime Street, which is ready to leave.
Right. Do you think it's the same passenger who's just causing us aggravation at every stop? All right.
Welcome aboard this London North Western Railway service to Liverpool Lime Street. We'll be calling at Stafford, Crewe, Winsford, Hertford, Acton Bridge, Runcorn, Liverpool South Parkway, and Liverpool Lime Street.
See, I thought by disabling random events that that wouldn't happen,
Please
but it clearly
familiarise
does.
yourself with the safety notices displayed throughout the train.
Yeah, it's a good question, Concord. Yeah, I mean, I suppose.
If you see something that doesn't look right, speak to staff or text the British Transport Police on 61016. We'll sort it. See it? Say it. Sorted.
I mean, I suppose with it's okay with bi-mode trains. So the Azuma being a good example of that, but are they going to have to build some special EMUs? Because there isn't a bi-mode EMU in operation for local services at the moment, is there? Yeah, it's an interesting quandary, that. And yeah, I guess the problem is you can't mess with the Forth Bridge, and as you say, it's UNESCO, so it's you know, World Heritage and all that. But of course, you know, the amount of Azumas that actually cross the Forth Bridge aren't all that many, because the Aberdeen services are, mind you, I suppose I'm thinking in terms of like the longer journey ones, like Plymouth to Aberdeen. There's a few Leeds to Aberdeen, isn't there? But again, it's not like it's an occurrence all the time. Yes, indeed, Lee. Yeah, it was dreadful, wasn't it? Dreadful news, and just hope that everybody that's injured comes out of it ultimately okay. I know there's a few people with, they said, potentially life-changing injuries, which is absolutely dreadful. Yeah, I get mixed up with the TFW trains, and I've been on the flirt trains in that TFW operate. When I had my day out on the Gavin and Stacey tour at Barry Island, coming back, that was a flirt. I was quite delighted to get on there, actually, and they seem really comfortable to ride on. Good evening, King. Hope you're well. You might be able to hear, if you can hear a dog barking in the background, that's not some mod I've got installed. That's our amazing West Island White Terrier, Harry. Westy, and I think my brother's going out for a drink tonight. Usually goes out on a Saturday night, but I think his mate's picking him up, so I'm guessing yeah, he did. It wasn't, no, I think it was 8 o'clock he was, oh no, he did say 7, didn't he? I think so, it might be him. I've slowed down a bit too fast for this 60 mile an hour into Stafford. And then we'll have a real blast up the West Coast Main Line into Crewe.
We are now approaching Stafford. Please mind the gap when leaving the train and step onto the platform before removing heavy luggage and pushchairs. Whilst at the station, if you see something that doesn't look right, speak to our team or text the British Transport Police on 61016.
Now, my brother's still here because he's shouting at him at the moment. Yes, our lovely little Westie. He's our 9-year-old puppy. Tremendous characters, Westies. Yes, I remember seeing one of your comments somewhere, and it's. I think we were talking about this earlier, but they just have to get these things sorted out because, as somebody said earlier on, they reckon that.
This is Stafford. Welcome aboard this London North Western Railway service to Liverpool Lime Street. The next stop will be Crewe. Whilst at the station, if you see something that doesn't look right.
Yeah, somebody was saying earlier that something like
And Liverpool Lime Street.
80% of the people who buy this game are console users, so they just have to get it sorted. And you know, it's all very well for me to say it works okay on the PC, which it does, but it has to be sorted for everybody. You can't expect people to keep shelling out on £30.
Welcome aboard this London North Western Railway service to Liverpool Lime
For
Street.
routes that don't
We'll
work.
be calling at Crewe, Winsford, Hertford, Acton Bridge, Runcorn, Liverpool South Parkway, and Liverpool Lime Street. Please familiarise yourself with the safety notices displayed throughout the train.
If you see something that doesn't look right, speak to staff or text the British Transport Police on 61016. We'll sort it. See it? Say it. Sorted.
Oh, excellent, Andrew. Yeah, I'd forgotten about that. Yes, that's a new service. Oh, we have actually. There you go. You do get a freight on this route occasionally. Nice long one as well. What have I done with me? Set the power control to off and then set the DRA. Oh, have I got my DRA on? Oh, crikey. Yes, I'd forgotten about that new Glasgow Queen Street to King's Cross service. Is it? It isn't Lumo, is it, who are doing that? But I remember it's a slightly more roundabout service. But yeah, that'll be excellent to see, actually. Yes, indeed, Andrew. Yeah, there is a bit of a shortage of, unless they've updated it in the timetable, there does seem to be a little bit of a gap of freight services, because you get absolutely tons and tons and tons that go through Crewe Basford Hall Yard in reality. And also in the latest upgrade update, you've actually got empty carriage stock workings from Wolverhampton Oxley Car Depot in the game as well. I did have a quick play on that yesterday. You don't get an absolute shed load of other trains alongside you, but at least it's included. Yes, it's massively in the news, hasn't it, Scooby? And it keeps being talked about in the press about the fact that hopefully Ebbsfleet International and Stratford International could have stopping trains there again for the Eurostars, which would be quite something. Yeah, the funny thing was, Andrew, I kind of, in the back of my mind, when he said King's Cross, I almost remembered a little bit more clearly that there was something that was going to Euston. I remember that more than the King's Cross one from when it was announced. But that'll be nice. And I mean, again, not looked at pricing, but Lumo again adds a lot more competition. Of course, that's what Virgin are hoping to do as well with the competition to the Eurostar. About time that Eurostar had a bit of competition. This is the Norton Bridge section. So briefly, we're 2 tracks. And back in the day, you used to have to. There was only one little junction to get you to the Stoke line, but this flyover that they built completely transformed that. So made the services running a lot more straightforward. I think we're about to fly over the normal West Coast Main Line. Or is it coming back now? I kind of get that mixed up. It's quite a complicated little thing, this this flyover. But yeah, we're rejoining the West Coast Main Line proper any moment now. But aside from the fact that they are IETs, it's I think it's quite good. And okay, you don't get no first class, do you, with Lumo? But again, it's like you have those what do they call it, Megabus or something, providing competition to National Express. It's got to be good. I love it. And I've said before, but I must confess I am a bit of a snob these days on trains, and certainly long distance journeys I much prefer to travel first class, and you just enjoy that much more. And the only trouble is, if you go in on this West Coast Main Line, Avanti's very, very expensive. Yeah, I think Harry stopped barking now in the background, by the way. Maybe he might have heard a few fireworks. I mean, we're fairly lucky in that respect, being out in the country. We don't get masses of fireworks, so but it does irritate him when he can hear them in the distance. Yeah, it's great to have services like that in the timetable, isn't it? I love the days of the old cross-country services, and you had things like Manchester Piccadilly to Paddington and Liverpool Lime Street to Poole, and there was all sorts of unusual ones. And in more recent years, I think we had ones that went through Guildford to Portsmouth and stuff like that. Yeah, you do have that disadvantage, Concorde, in that there is some first class where it's kind of minimal benefit, and this 350 that we're on is a bit like that, in that, you know, there's not much difference really. Good evening, Kane. Hope you're well. Oh, sorry to hear that. I know you said last week that that the dog was in a poor state. Well, it's probably in the best place now. But yeah, sorry to hear that. And, you know, a dog becomes the real member of your family. I'm not sure whether I have time, to be honest, Kane. I think we've got a pretty full lineup, to be quite honest with you. We're pretty busy with long runs, so but I will bear it in mind. We need to do a freight run on this route at some point. We've not done that on the stream yet. Yeah, this is the first time I've done I think a northbound run with a 350. Yeah, you do get little odd things like that, don't you? And I mean, for instance, the cross-country ones, most of them don't go to Crewe, for example, but apart from, there's one quite early-ish in the morning, comes through this neck of the woods about 8 o'clock, but the vast majority don't. But during August, when Stockport station was closed, every cross-country stopped at Crewe. Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, the more the merrier, to be honest, Kane. It's that was Whitmore, by the way. It used to be Whitmore Station. I think the Creators Club liveries are fantastic. I mean, I've had to delete the Pride livery Pendolino. I've got 2 versions of it, I think, installed, and I've deleted them both because otherwise we seem to be getting them popping up on nearly every other run. You're quite welcome to do it on the Discord channel, Kane, because I'm not too good on stuff like that. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's lovely to get the extra stuff. Even, you know, even if it's not a full meal, it's nice to be to get extra and have an at-seat service as well. Right, Concord, yeah. Yeah, makes sense really in terms of the logistics. I suppose they then had buses to take you to other places, as it were. The odd thing is, I think I'm right in saying the services that do stop at Crewe don't stop at Wilmslow, which is a little bit random. And on the same thought, by the way, I noticed ATS, Alan Thompson Simulation, were posting adverts for anybody who wants to join them as a route builder in the week. So it does sound as though at least they are definitely going to be moving towards building another route. I mean, we know they're doing the Class 90, which is great news. But hopefully they are going to build more Train Sim World 6, 7 or whatever content. I like it. Yeah. No, it's great, and you know, it's nice the variety, and I mean, some first class is better than others. I mean, Avanti's is pretty good, but it's just expensive, really, and you do get a hot meal on any service, or at least if you want it, that is. Oh right, yes, yes indeed, yeah. Well, I'm sure as eggs are eggs, there'll be a Train Sim World 7, a Train Sim... Just think when we get to Train Sim World 10, we'll be thinking, crikey, I can remember Train Sim World 2020. Yeah, you get all sorts of random extra stations, don't you? And all sorts of diverted extra routes. I mean, when this section of the line's closed, I don't think they won't stop at Stoke, but they will go via Stoke when the main line between Stafford and Crewe is closed. Of course, they can then rejoin at they'll go via Kidsgrove or Sager and then rejoin at Crewe. All right, fantastic. Well, you never know. You never know, Amaze Taze. We'll see in a second. I mean, that still sounds quite decent. I mean, I'll still never forget the that London Overground service that I did with the 710, where I made the biggest hash of all coming into Euston. Got tripped by the boards coming in. And it looked like the most terrible run ever, and then somehow I managed to get a better score. But it can be a strange game sometimes. Well, you got your passengers there a bit quicker, and you know there's not that much, unless it's a market day. There's not much going on at Penkridge. Yeah, absolutely. There's no steward's inquiry service or appeals process, is there, in this game? But I've no idea how I managed to win that one. I mean, the only thing I have to be a little bit careful of is making sure that we are cleared into the platform as well. Yes, indeed, Crewe. Yeah, Holyhead, Manchester Piccadilly, and also trains down to Shrewsbury and Cardiff as well. And East Midlands trains down to Stoke-on-Trent, Alsager, Kidsgrove, Longport, Stoke-on-Trent, Longton, Blythebridge, Uttoxeter, Tutbury and Hatton, Derby, Spondon, Long-Eaton, Attenborough, Beeston, Nottingham,
We are now approaching
and then on towards Newark Castle.
Please mind the gap when leaving the train and step onto the platform before removing heavy luggage and pushchairs. Whilst at the station, if you see something...
I love the fact that they have included the locomotive service limited trains there. That's a lovely touch and makes up a little bit for not having the APT at the other end. Just love to be able to carry on this journey to Liverpool Lime Street now. Of course we do it in Train Sim Classic, but it'd be great if we could do it on Train Sim World 6. Yeah, it's an amazing station though. Yeah, they actually all used to go to Lincoln at one time. I remember back in the day, in the 70s and the 80s. But nowadays, I don't think any of them do. They always used to be Derby, Nottingham and Lincoln. Then they went through a phase of making them Crewe to Derby. For a while we had Manchester Airport to Derby, but at the moment they seem to be settled on Crewe to Newark Castle. Ah, there we go then. Yeah, so yeah, I think as you say, so I was 17,339, and so that puts me 2-0 ahead of you and Mateys, but as ever, well played. As you say, I think that the lack of stopping at Penkridge might have been a bit of an issue there. So let's make a note of that. So 17,339 for me. 16902 for Amaze Tays, and let us know anybody else that did that run as well. Good evening again to Oscar. We figured out that Scrat is, by the way. Yeah, thank you very much. Well, I mean, you know, as you know, I've done the daftiest of things, and sometimes we've had all sorts of shenanigans with trains not being able to restart and everything else. So it's not that often I've had a clear win. Right, 17,258 for Electric Blues. So I'll try and run 2, which is fantastic. So if I get the chance, I'll put some sort of graphic up, but probably won't be tonight. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, I don't know. I guess it's probably, you'd probably get better through trains nowadays from Nottingham than you used to do, and so on. I should imagine it's fairly easy to get a train at Nottingham. But yeah, it always used to be 20 minutes past the hour from Crewe on the Class 120 in the 80s, and it was 49 minutes past the hour from Stoke. But I've been on that many times over the years. Right, so half-time coffee coming up, so we'll have a little bit of an advert break. And then we'll be back on the 5 circle with the 158, the Leven liveried, which is a very special looking unit. So we'll be back in a moment. Right, welcome back. Actually, I shouldn't say that, should I? Remember, that's something that Des Lynam said when he joined ITV. He was determined not to say welcome back because it was like, well, it was us that interrupted the viewing, so why are we talking in those terms? But anyway, but yeah, thanks for joining us again anyway. Yes, Peter, the old European I've done. Well, actually, no, that isn't the European, is it? That was the one that went from Harwich to Glasgow. But yeah, there was all sorts of Harwich boat train services, wasn't there? I think that actually, at one time, went through the Woodhead route, didn't it? But there's a cracking scenario on Train Sim Classic, and that European one starts off from Harwich, goes down the Great Eastern Main Line, across the North London line, and then joins the West Coast Main Line at it goes via Camden Road and everything, and that section joins the West Coast Main Line at Primrose Hill, and ends up in Glasgow. Right, so what is next? But yeah, well played, by the way, Electric Blues. Thanks for taking part in it. And I'm really glad we've been doing these multi-runs for absolutely ages. So it's great to have other people taking part in them as well. Hiya, Seb. Yep. Again, so we're on the 5 circle, and this is the newly released Sprinter Express timetable. We'll make sure. I don't know why we've got 2 that say leave, and you get these random duplicated consists, don't you, for some reason? And I can't remember which one I said it was. 10:53. Oh, it's even highlighted it for us. How about that? Oh, I see what you mean, Andrew. Yeah, yes, your neck of the woods. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, excellent, Electric Blues. Oh dear, Brian. Right, well, there you go. As I said, oh, thanks for taking part as well. Anyway, well played. So you were just a bit behind Amaze Taze, who also forgot to stop at Penkridge as well. And it very much is one of those stations you're bombing along at 100 mile an hour. I mean, I've got a slight advantage, and I say this with caution because next time we have a stop where we're stopping at Penkridge, I can guarantee you I'll forget. But I kind of know the area a bit more, so I've kind of got Penkridge in my mind a little bit.
Welcome to the ScotRail service 2. Calling at.
Yes,
If you see something that doesn't look right, speak to staff or text the British Transport Police on 61016. We'll sort it. See it, say it, sort it.
Yeah, sadly the announcements were supposed to work on this, but they don't. There we go, Scooby. I've got the GSMR going. But right, if we can get a view of it, let's take a look at this. Try and get the headlights on as well whilst we're at it. So it's lovely artwork. But this timetable has been up and coming for absolutely ages, and it's finally been released. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. I wonder whether the... I wonder whether... Reset the DR rate to release... Oh, have I got that off? Okay, fair enough. I wonder whether the 170 and the 158 will connect with each other on the game. I mean, it is one of the great stations as well, isn't it? Coming out of Edinburgh Waverley. You see the North British Hotel in the background. But I feel as though, I mean, the Leven extension has been out for absolutely ages, and the expectation was that this timetable would be released imminently. I think this has been done by Skyhook Games, hasn't it? Who made the 158, made this new version of it. But for whatever reason, no way up. What have we got? Wow. Flying Scotsman coming in. Well, that was a bonus. Wasn't expecting that. Really just feel as though we're trundling, doesn't it? At 20 mile an hour. Excellent, Seb. Yeah, well, it's good. At least you can do, even though it's not the 158, then it's good that you can do this in the 170. Just hope they sort the announcements out. Yeah, absolutely. Well, you're joining the story as well, really, Seb. You're kind of right with that as well. Yeah, do you feel as though Edinburgh, Andrew, is pretty well represented? I know it's a bit basic when you get up to Princes Street and the roads are a bit kind of bland, but it does feel quite like Edinburgh, doesn't it? Just to me anyway, for somebody who's only been there a handful of times in my life. Yeah, you're probably right, Peter. No, I know you did, Seb, but what I'm saying is that even saying joining the story doesn't sound too a million miles off what it should do. I always forget with Haymarket, the marker isn't until right at the other end of the platform, is it? Oh. Well, I was worried then. I thought the doors aren't going to open. You get so many bugs sometimes with TSW. Oh, we've got a 385 coming in. They absolutely look the part, don't they, the 385s? I mean, absolutely horrible to drive. And out of the two, I prefer the 380 than the 385. But they certainly look very interesting. Yeah, absolutely, Seb. It's a difficult old thing sometimes, just trying to get these things done correctly. Right. And why is it Skyhook Games have kind of won the battle with this, where the guard can actually buzz you, but nobody else seems to be able to cope with that idea? Right, on a double lane service, was it? Yeah. Which again, that's another route we have in Train Sim Classic. And I don't know why, but funnily enough, I've quite enjoyed driving the 385 in Train Sim Classic. I did one video, Edinburgh to Glasgow, on that networked Scott East route that was available. I really enjoyed that, but I've never quite got on with the Train Sim World one, and even the sound mod that's available for it for PC users just doesn't quite hit the mark for me. I must try and get a move on, because the I find the 158, I know it's the kind of the super sprinter, but I find it quite sluggish. So this timetable definitely isn't as exciting as the Forks timetable. That's got more depth and variety to it, but hopefully, I mean, you know, we've already seen a 385. We saw the Flying Scotsman coming in, which was nice. So hopefully it's not bad. Yeah, it's a strange old one, isn't it, on the 385? And somehow you kind of just get the feeling as though in real life, is it really that bad to look out of? I don't know. But now we're in a kind of proper BREL, British Rail Engineering Limited type of train, aren't we, with the 158? I think they were BREL, weren't they, 158s? I know the 155s were Leyland. Certainly the 150s were BREL, weren't they? The 156s were BREL. I'm doubting myself now. Trade number not found. Oh, I don't know. Now Edinburgh Gateway has got the potential. In fact, there are a few stations on here that have got the potential also to be a little bit like Penkridge as well. So it's quite a challenge, these services where you just don't stop. You stop. Well, these semi-fasts where you're not stopping all the time, but you've got to have half an eye over on what you're doing. Yeah, this is South Gyle, isn't it? But I hope very much that DTG get the announcements sorted, or at least Skyhook do. And again, I'm kind of out to practice with driving this because it's, I don't know, I'm not saying it's 12 months since I've driven it, but it's a long time since I've driven it. So 3-step brake, do the announcements work still properly on the 170, Seb? Obviously they certainly did previously. Yeah, it's got a real modern vibe about it, doesn't it, this station? Slightly past the marker, I think. There you go. Leavenmouth Rail Link, part of Scotland's railway. I mean, it's just beautiful how they've done it. At least we've got some here's the tram depot. And we do have a tram in there. Traction lock will not release whilst the... Oh, hang on, no, we're all right this time. I thought we had a stuck door or something, but no, it wasn't this time. So Delmeny is next. I think the thing for me was, I think it was a sad passage of time when these sort of trains replaced the some loco hauled services. You know, you had things like Birmingham New Street to Norwich, which used to be loco hauled with, what were they, 37s were they, 31s maybe, and you had, of course, across Scotland, again, you had a load of loco hauled services that were replaced by sprinters. So it was a sad time in that respect. Yeah, absolutely. And that will always be the highlight of this particular journey. I think that's Edinburgh Airport over there, isn't it? Yeah, just to say again, thank you very much, for all the support of the channel. Really appreciated, and keep your comments coming on Discord as well, and I'll try and keep track of all of that. And anybody that's not subscribed already, then if you consider doing it, we'd be really grateful. And if you're kind of not watching it live, you're watching it recorded, then by all means pop some comment in the chat. Always interested to hear from you. Yeah, 37s were, I mean, I never actually, unfortunately, I never went on one. But, you know, you had the era, like even on the West Island line, you had the Westies on the side of the train, which was lovely. 26s, 27s, never seen one in real life. Very similar to the 25s, which were very, very common sight, you know, in the sort of the North Staffordshire, Stoke area. 40s, obviously, I remember. And you used to see them around Manchester Victoria on the Transpennine services. Of course, 47s were everywhere. And I think I probably mentioned the last time I was doing this run, but I was watching a Blue Peter clip on YouTube where Peter Purvis went up the rail, the fourth rail bridge, and you saw a couple of 27s going over in that video. But brilliant, brilliant video. Just shows, though, you know, try as I am, I'm already way off the timetable. Yeah, don't worry, Seb. It's like we always say. The thing is, it actually doesn't matter who arrives there first. It's all about the score at the end. So Dalmeny is our next stop, and then you can see the fourth bridge ahead of us. Just seems strange not having the announcements now. I'm kind of like pausing, waiting for the announcements and thinking, why isn't it doing the announcements? Yeah, I could well imagine. I've seen videos of the 27s, and of course they were a forerunner of. We then got the 47s, which did the Glasgow Edinburghs. Which were, we had the first DVT built, and they were kind of a contraption built out of the a Mark II coach, weren't they? So you had just basically a flat cab at the end. People were a bit scared of the idea at first. It was like, oh, you can't have a loco pushing the train like that. It's gonna come off the track. Nice feature though that you can actually respond to the guard, and why can't we have this in other pieces of DLC? Yeah, the DBSO, yeah. And again, I've never actually been on one, but I can imagine those 47-7s and that was quite good as well. We had there was one that they named Lady Diana Spencer, which seemed a bit weird at the time because, you know, she was about to marry Charles, and it seemed as though it was like out of date from the moment they named it. Yeah, I can imagine. Again, it's kind of like the HST factor, isn't it? Having two engines on it. It's a good chance to show off the livery. So we've got to be slightly careful because we've also got to plan our stop for North Queensferry as well. The one great thing is that the camera doesn't lurch too much around the Forth Bridge. So I don't know how they managed to do it, but if they could do it on the Forth Bridge, why can't they do it on other structures? Hello, Mr. Riley's Games Room. Hope you're well. Good morning to you. Yeah, it's one of the most famous railway bridges in the world, the Forth Bridge, and as our resident Scott Andrew was saying, it's a UNESCO site. It really is a piece of absolute magnificence, and of course it was built at this height so that you could get so that you could actually get ships going underneath it. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I think the Flying Scotsman was would have been a more appropriate train to take it over. There is a really good Flying Scotsman scenario for the 5 circle route, and I'm told it's quite good, but it's quite a long one. I think it's something like a couple of hours, so I've not got round to driving it. It is the this is the 5 circle route. So oh, sorry, I don't know why I'm apologising. He stepped out from the train. But yeah, this is, it's kind of like 3 routes really. It's Edinburgh to Markinch, which is on the Dundee Aberdeen line. You've got the line going out to Cowdenbeath. Some services stop at terminate at Glenrothes, and then you've got this, which is a Leven bound train, and Leven was it put into the timetable by Rivet Games, only actually been operational in real life in the last 12 months or so. Used to be a thing years ago, but then they've reintroduced it. Yes, you and your non-bog cart. I like it. Seems to take ages for the doors to shut, but again, that's quite a realistic feature. So with having no announcements, we can actually talk about where we're stopping at. So Inverkeithing, Dalgety Bay, Aberdour, Burnt Island, Kinghorn, Kirkcaldy, Cameron Bridge, and then finally Leven. Oh, excellent, Mr. Riley. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, I can imagine, Peter, actually. Again, it just kind of reminds you. I mean, we're always madly interested about new routes coming out and new content, and you know, I get excited probably more than anybody when we get new stuff announced. But there is loads of value on these routes of stuff that I've probably never driven. Well, I don't think you're ever going to have to worry, Mr. How do you mean in terms of getting them? Yeah, there's loads and loads of German routes, absolutely loads. I mean, I've recently bought the Frankfurt S-Bahn route, and I picked it up in the sale. But I've yet to, I've certainly yet to stream it. I'm still trying to battle. I did another run in it last night with LZB and PZB in use, and I'm getting slightly better at it. That's all I'll say. Yeah, it's great. I love the bit of variety, and having the Frankfurt airport station's lovely as well. Yeah, it's great to drive, and if you can become, I mean, you can cheat, and I mean, I've streamed driving an ice train a couple of times. Now, I don't mind having CIFA on, but without the CIFA, I'm just not comfortable with having PZB and LZB. See, that's a 40 mile an hour that could easily catch you out. We're going downhill as well. It's a little bit of a tricky one, that. Sometimes I'm convinced that they do these speed limits in real life just to make sure that you actually fall foul, because they like go up, down, up, down. All right, excellent, Seb. Yeah, yeah. Glad. Thanks for joining us as ever. I'll see if I get the chance. I'm just so busy sometimes. But yeah, if you have, by all means, drop us a note on the on Discord. Yeah, I'm fine with CIFA, and that's no different than what we get on British trains with the vigilance reminder. That's as easy as they come, although it drives me up the wall that it keeps pinging every few seconds. But LZB and, well, LZB I understand the concept of. I understand the concept of PZB, but trying to not fall foul of it is another matter. I was trying to explain to somebody at work about the German signalling, and I said it's probably easier to learn to speak German. Yeah, I've just about worked out how to reset the train in such circumstances, but I've still got a bit of a headache with it in terms of trying to make sure it doesn't go off in the first place. I mean, the theory is with LZB is it's a lot more automated, that part, isn't it? Yeah, it certainly does. It's funny sometimes, but you know, you kind of drive trains, and you know, obviously I love driving trains, as you know, but you're doing it as a kind of a stress relief, and sometimes on something like that, it ends up, you can end up feeling quite stressed. But there is such a huge range of German trains and German content, and you know, even more so than the British stuff, really. But the S-Bahn route, I mean, the great thing about it as well is you've got 3 sort of stopping routes as well, and it's kind of like, it's Cardiff City network, but it feels kind of like a proper network rather than the ramshackle Cardiff City network, which covers the smallest of smallest sections. I can easily say without any shadow of doubt that the Cardiff City network was one of the most boring routes that I've bought this year. Yeah, it does do that, Scooby. It's strange, isn't it? It just decides to turn itself off. It really doesn't kind of work properly, it has to be said. I don't think it does very much. It's basically a gimmick. It's not meant to do very much. The only thing that does work is the you can actually press a button to call the signalman. Have I shut the doors? Nope. Oh, it's back again. Yeah, it's a shame. It had the potential. Did Cardiff City network, but it's just not complete enough. And I mean, you know, by all means, I'd say watch some of the videos of it. I did a bit of a review of it as well somewhere, but there's obviously loads of people that have streamed it. But here we go. That answers the question, Andrew. Yeah, that's the 158 170 combination there, so it is possible. Yeah, excellent, Mr. Riley. Yeah, it's great. And to be honest, that is the best way. And I mean, Amaze Tays has said for a while it tends to goes for most UK routes as they come out, and as he rightly says, the thing about having the Cardiff City network is it then means it layers into things like the Manchester Airport commuter route, and just makes Manchester Airport and that surrounding area look busier as well. But you kind of, I think it's a good plan. That, I mean, you just can't buy everything, or you know, you practically need a mortgage to do it if you bought everything as it comes out, but buy the stuff that you want to, if you can afford it, obviously, and the rest of the stuff, there's always sales coming on, and sometimes just wait. I mean, with even the Frankfurt S-Bahn route, and it looked good, I was interested, but I think there was something else that came out. It might have been the Cardiff City network, ironically, but I ended up buying the Frankfurt S-Bahn route in the sale. I mean, I tend to get most of the UK stuff as they come out, but it kind of feels as though, you know, from the channel point of view and streaming, that I kind of feel as though I can't really wait. I'm not sure you'd be overly impressed if I kind of said, look, we got this new route coming out, but I might buy it in a couple of months. Ah, right, excellent. And that's the thing, isn't it? It's kind of, it's the thing that interests you the most. I mean, I've only really started to buy, like, American-wise. I recently bought Boston Providence, and I still haven't driven it properly, but the Acela Express is quite decent. Yeah, that does take me fancy, I must admit, and I always hark back to the fact that the Northeast Corridor was the first kind of electric fastish train that I ever drove on a train simulator. That was 25 years ago now, with Microsoft Train Simulator, because it was one of the default routes that came out. I think we had Northeast Corridor, we had Settle Carlisle, and oh crumbs, what was the third route? I've forgotten that. Oh, it was a Japanese one around Tokyo. Oh, I'm way off the stop marker there. Yeah, absolutely, Peter. That's the thing, isn't it? And I think it does. I'm still trying to find out exactly where the announcement system is at Crewe properly, because it doesn't seem to be all over. But I'm still trying to find the announcement for the one of those Transport for Wales services, because that would sound pretty good in its own right. Yeah, it's where it all started, really. I think the sort of the modern train simulator. I keep thinking that the guard on this train's half asleep, because he seems to give us the buzzer back about 30 seconds after the doors have shut. I think there is, to be honest, Scooby. Yeah, there you go. There it's it down there. But yeah, Microsoft Train Simulator. Before that, with the original train sim stuff, we had like text-based trains, and it was like there's no sounds. You just had a basically something telling you how fast you were going and where you were at. So we then had a couple of like video. I think there's still one or two you could buy now where it's like a video with a real train, but it just doesn't really work. Right. I mean, I don't know about the schools systems, Mr. Riley. How old were you then at the 10th and 11th? Sorry, the 11th grade. See, I love the announcements, Peter. I think it just adds so much immersion to the game. No, exactly right, and it's come on such a treat. And I mean, we were all delighted when Microsoft Train Simulator came out, and then we had all the add-ons, and I think London Brighton was one of the first UK releases from European Barn, and there was all sorts of stuff, but it's just developed such a lot over the years. Ah, right, fantastic. But yeah, I was so excited when Microsoft Train Simulator was a thing. Ah, right, excellent, 2001, yeah. And there was kind of nothing for ages. There was a bit of a lull. The game first came out, and then we were waiting for people to develop routes, and it took a while, it took ages. Yeah, you mean Microsoft, yeah. Well, the funny thing was, there was, for absolutely ages, I think we had 2 attempts at Microsoft Train Sim 2, and it was announced and was a thing. And then the last thing they came up with, it was supposed to be this World of Rails, and apparently they were going to produce a game where the whole world was going to have the track sim already in place, and it just seemed, I never quite got my head around how they were actually going to release it. Neither did they in the end, because they cancelled it. This is a lovely bit as well. This is Burnt Island. Oh, didn't quite mean to go out to sea so hurriedly there, but get a more steady view as we look at it from this side. Let's just press the Q in case we just can't hear it. I just love all the stuff that's going on there with the cranes and everything else in and around there. It really is nonsense, really. There we go. There's the speedboat. That's good. I know, Peter. Yeah, and to be honest, yeah, it's. I think if you play some of like Don Coffey's videos, you can just about hear the announcements, but clearly it's not meant for the driver. But it's one of those features that, I don't know, I just love it. I love to be able to hear it. It just feels so good. Dog Poon Happy Beach. Love it. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lovely line. I've never ever been on this line in real life, and it's definitely one on the list. I would absolutely love to take a proper trip across the 5 Circle. I think I'm going to be seriously way off in terms of the timekeeping. We should have stopped at Kincorn 30 odd seconds ago. Hi Kane, welcome back again. But I think it's one of those routes that, you know, everybody knows about the Settle and Carlisle and the Cambrian coast and the routes, the Riviera line through Dawlish, but I'm not totally sure everybody's completely familiar with this route. Yeah, now that's something I can seriously imagine, Peter. Yeah, is that what would that have been on a? Would it have been an Aberdeen service? They do indeed, Dominic. Yeah, and again, thanks for joining us. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, I guess maybe there's some technique in terms of shutting the doors a bit before time. Oh, I'm speeding. I'm speeding. So we're not going to be able to speed up to the 45 because we've got to stop at Kincorn. I don't think I'm going to get time, to be honest, Kane. It's, I think by the time we get to the end of the route, we're going to be way past the 4 hours. So I'm kind of coming off shift. If I get the chance, I'll perhaps load up the the train and the game again, so you can see it. But I'm not going to get a chance to do a run, unfortunately. Much as I'd love to. Tell you what, if you lived in these houses here, and I don't know whether they're supposed to be, actually no, they just look like normal detached houses, don't they? But not quite sure about that though. You look as though you'd be in danger of falling in, but what a lovely sea view you would have there. Yes, there we go. So it's a bit quicker with pressing the door shut there that time. Yeah, it is interesting, and you know, obviously I was talking down on, say, the Cardiff City network is not the best, and it still won't be, but I know that Just Trains have put some effort into coming up with a different timetable, a slightly different era, so hopefully it'll add a bit of value to it. I mean, I still think it's got potential as a route. It just needs we just need some complete runs, really. It's like most of the runs are not particularly long, so you know, it's like, why on earth, for instance, couldn't they put Barry Island in, which I'm sure would have most people would have been interested in. Yeah, we need to do a pacer run at least on Blackpool branches again at some point. I'm sure that'll make Peter happy. Not. But I do quite enjoy driving the those, I forgot where it goes from now. Is it Ormskirk to Blackpool South? To be honest, if I do it again sometime, I might be tempted to do the do it in a 101. No, Caden, I'm not from Nottingham. I'm from North Staffordshire, sort of Stoke era, Stoke area. So I'm a Stokey. So Kirkcuddy next. Wraith Rovers. I think it's great to see that you've got a... I mean, I don't know what Wraith Rovers ground looks like in real life, but I can only assume that's a custom model. It's just... stuff like that is just... really good as well. You know, like at Crewe, for instance, we've got Gresty Road and Crewe Alex's ground, and again it just looks the part, because there's nothing worse than just sticking a generic football ground in and saying, oh, that'll do. Right, okay, Andrew, yeah, I didn't know that. It's called Start Park. Excellent. Oh right, Kane. No, I won't be going. I have been to a model railway exhibition at Nottingham. Oh, many years ago. I'm talking about pretty much when I started work in the late 80s. So it might have been 89, 90, something like that. But I always seem to remember it being winter time because it was dark. When I come out of the place at Nottingham, and so it might have been this time of the year. Yeah, I agree with you on York, and I think there'd be a lot of people that would love to see York in some capacity. I mean, there's a bit of a triangle going on, isn't there? We've got York. It'd be nice to see York to Doncaster, for example, filling in, but if you could kind of get Leeds in and do that triangle, then that would be pretty good as well. But York's a station that it's got to be included at some point. Somebody's got to do York because it's one of those really, really, really iconic stations. I've never been to Hull actually, and I mean, the only reference I can make to Hull was the Only Fools and Horses to Hull and back, and I've never driven over the Humberside Bridge either. I've certainly never been on the train to Hull. Ah, right. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff and interesting things that go on at these heritage railways. They do an incredible job. Yeah, well, of course, the thing is, depending on the era that you capture, I mean, York to Doncaster, back in the day, used to be via Selby, didn't it? And then I think it was British Coal that actually paid because they wanted to build some mining. They wanted to do some mining in the area, so they actually paid for a completely separate line connecting York and Doncaster, which was a more direct route. We're great fans in our house, Dominic. Yeah, we kind of know. We've seen them that many times. We know the lines that are coming up before they have said. And my brothers, I can paraphrase a lot of the stuff, but my brother can remember the exact lines. But yeah, I can remember Rodney going over the Humber Bridge, and of course he'd been stopped by the man, and he was like disgusted that he got to pay a fare to go over the bridge, and of course he said, but that one's what was it he said? He says, but this is a three-wheel van. And of course the man says, well, the one on the sign's only got two, but it's still the full price. I think I've done something funny there, haven't I? Hang on. I think I've got power on, haven't I? Yeah, you see, I'd personally be happy with that, old or new, and you know, I'd love to see a Deltic. I mean, for me, I think if I'm being totally honest, we had, say, Newcastle, Edinburgh. I think I'd want to see it in the modern day, but with the ability to drive the 91, and if you could throw a Deltic in for Ralltour stuff, then that would be so much the better. Yeah, and don't forget that Rodney was moaning about the cost of going over the Humber Bridge as well. Got a feeling we don't get any approach controls on this junction. Excellent, Amaze Taze. Well, that answers the question then. So, although you can't drive it, I don't think in the add-on. Well, at least they put those in. Well, that's good to know. Yes, indeed, Andrew. Yeah, Yeah, I don't think we're helped out by the signals here very much. Yeah, we don't want to derail. I don't know whether I noticed a zoomer or not, to tell you the truth. I was too busy looking at the chat. But yeah, it's brilliant to have this little extension in to take us into Leven. Right, so you're building an OO gauge. Well, I'm assuming. Are you building a model railway layout, are you, Kane? And is it OO gauge or N gauge or what is it, and what type of trains are you looking to do on it? See, the reason why I say I prefer the modern one is because I remember Train Sim Classic when they did Newcastle. What was it? Newcastle to York. No. Where was it? Yeah, it was Newcastle York, wasn't it, that came out, and it was kind of a bit boring, really. It felt as though the speed limits kept being up and down, and I don't know, I never really enjoyed it. So I kind of quite like it with, like I say, for me personally anyway, I would like to be able to see that variety, be able to drive the modern trains, but sort of say, right, come on, let's do an old Ralltour. Let's do a 45, a 47. Yeah, which of course has just had a rebranding exercise. They've dropped the year of it, which I don't know whether that's code for the fact that maybe we're not going to get another version of it to come in the future. They've even got a new route coming out allegedly with which features Amsterdam. And although there are good things about Train Sim Classic, I just love the fact that in Train Sim World that you can load the game up and you can just pick any train you want, and there's just hundreds to pick from, whereas Train Sim Classic, it's all a bit more cumbersome. Yeah, I think that was the thing. And the only trouble about Newcastle Edinburgh, because I've done it with, again, that Just Trains route, and okay, that's showing its age now, but there wasn't massively a load of stations. Berwick's quite decent. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Well, that's the thing. If you've kind of got Train Sim Classic... Oh, there you go, Scooby. Me GSMR's gone off again. If you're just starting out, it'd be a long way to go with Train Sim Classic. And this is the present and the future, really. I know, you know, we all debate, we'd love to probably see it, a game in Unreal Engine 5, but for all its faults and its bugs and you know, one or two other things, then it's pretty damn decent. Yeah, it's incredible to think this was a line that was closed for many, many, many years and then reopened again very, very recently. And I think Rivet Games actually extended it to Leven as per real life, but only a few months after it was actually open, which was quite good to see. There is an argument for saying this route's just got so much to it, so much potential. There's certainly nothing short in terms of the services. You know, you're doing pretty full length runs. I mean, it'd be nice to extend out to this 30. I love it, Peter. Oh, I love it. I think it for a bog cart. I think it's a very nice bog cart. The 158. And don't forget as well that a lot of people watching, this is heritage trains. You know, this is almost a thing of the past. I mean, I know they're still in active use at the moment. I mean, Edinburgh was Newcastle was nice because we had at least we had the famous bridge represented, and even the railway bridge coming in over the Tynes, quite exciting as well. And again, some detail gone in there. I love it. There we go. Now I've got to go for trains over roads any day. So that's our only one intermediate station, and then we are coming to our terminus at Leven. As I recall, when this came out, you had this weird oddity with the station where you come to the end of the line and it was asking you to terminate halfway up the platform, but I don't know whether that's still the case. Did we ever put the... No, we did have the instrument lights on. So I'm kind of assuming, I mean, that's single yellow, but I'm assuming, well, I suppose you should say never assume. So the question is that signal before the platform? Just think of all those lovely people at Leven that have had their world changed by having a regular train service back in action again. Yeah, I think that signals, actually. We could potentially have a red, couldn't we, before we get to the platform, unless it's one of these approach control malarkeys. Anyway, we're going to have something a bit more according to your tastes, I think, for our final run, which will be a Class 86. And actually, we're going to be... they've all been quite long runs, haven't they, tonight? So it's going to be the half an hour one rather than the longer one. I love it, Peter. Now we're yellow, aren't we? We're okay, we're signalled in. Anyway, I'm delighted that finally we've got our hands on this new 5-circle timetable, because it's been talked about, from what I gather, it's been available for months, and I've no idea why it was delayed for so long. But it's great to be able to finally drive this 158 into Leven. Ah, right. Interesting, Scooby. Is it a scrapyard then, rather than there isn't a heritage? It isn't a heritage or museum piece of any description, is it? Something sad about seeing old railway scrapyards. Oh, that's good news then, Scooby. Yeah. Oh, fantastic. So is it like some sort of museum-y type place rather than a heritage line, or is it a heritage line? I mean, I know they wouldn't be able to run it on third rail mode. But I know I've seen like the 303s operated behind diesels and stuff like that. Again, look at the station there, you see. Oh, I remember that. That's a famous dog, isn't it? I can't remember his name, but there was some story about that when the Leven station was first introduced. Ah, cold storage. Right, okay. That's interesting. Right, so there is my score for that run. So 14,651. So we'll write this down as run 3, 14,651, and Amaze Taze is 14,567. Wow, I think that makes me 3-0 up, doesn't it? Oh, crikey. Wow. Well, well played anyway. That was obviously very, very close. Yeah, This is going to be a rare victory for me. When was the last time I actually won over the course of an evening? But yeah, well played anyway. And again, anybody else that did that run, I've forgotten now, then let us know. Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, the one thing I can say 100% is that your scores have made me kind of try and concentrate a bit more on the driving and try and do as best I can, because I think there would have been a kind of a little bit of a temptation without your high scores. I might just have not been too bothered about creeping over speed limits and stuff like that, but you've challenged me into try and improve. So it is very much so all good fun. Yeah, we really enjoy it, but it's all good. Right, so quick advert break and then our very final run. Right, okay, what was your score, Peter? Brian even. No, it all helps, and it makes it enjoyable. So we'll be back in just a second. Problem is with these adverts is I just wished we got I got some sort of message flashing up to tell me when the stream is back in again. I'm just guessing really. So but yeah, let us know, Brian. I'll write it down and then I'll try and put together a graphic, or at least I'll get my brother to put together some sort of graphic over the course of the week. But yeah, delighted you've been able to join in, and it's very much enjoyable. Yeah, I have to say I've got no chance of driving it hoodless yet. I know I keep saying it, but I definitely want to do some hoodless runs at some point. Alright, so we're back to Birmingham Crewe. We can find it. Oh, there it is. So we're on the 86 now. These were slightly broke, these scenarios. There's some issue with the 86, but I think they fixed it now. So we're going to do, 31 minutes, Crewe to Wolverhampton. Now, I'm going to set it to August. And then that way we won't be driving it in the dark. Excellent to Mace Tays. Yes, indeed, and I'm Stoke up the Stoke. There we are. We have, what have we got on board to begin with? We have 86246, which weirdly has got no nameplate on it, so that's a glitch. That should have a nameplate on. I'm trying to remember what 86246 is named or was named. Wasn't East Anglian? No, I can't remember. I can't remember what it was. Oh, hang on. We've got to do the... Oh, we've got a co-driver. Hello, sir. Have a wander through here. I like the 80s. I can see that fairly straightforwardly. We find a way back to the cab. Right, 12707. Right, so Brian, 12707. But yeah, thanks for playing again. And again, it's an interesting little challenge, isn't it? And like Mace said, we all do it for fun. But it kind of does make you concentrate a little bit more. Hang on. That's it. I don't want to crouch down for this thing. There we are. So let's undo our doors. All right, thank you very much. Yeah, Brian. Yeah, I hope you've enjoyed it, and yeah, it's been interesting. And thanks for joining us with these runs. And hopefully, yeah, as you say, I'll look forward to you doing some more next week, and it does make it very interesting. Let's lock the doors. To be honest, I don't think there was any particular need to open the doors there. What have we got for headlights? On. Yeah. So we're just going through to Wolverhampton. So we're non-stop. Ah, good evening, Bob. Yeah, hope you're well. As too. Yeah, I'm great. Yeah, just doing our final run of the night. Sorry about that. No, I know, Scoob. Yeah, I agree. It's absolutely magnificent. Yeah, it's a bit weird about the nameplates. There was a bit of a glitch with the 86, because I think for a few days I never tried it, but somebody said that the 86 wasn't working on the Preston Carlisle route. It was some sort of glitch with the carryover into TSW6. And then you had this kind of weird situation where apparently it was said if you deleted the class 31 then it would bring them up. And I didn't try that, to be honest, but I did try bringing in the two scenarios on this route, and it was kind of not bringing the 86 up at all. So clearly they had some sort of issue which they've now fixed, but there's some sort of oddness with the nameplate stuff. Yeah, fair enough, Bob. Ah, right, that's interesting. Maybe it's just some sort of random thing. Perhaps it's not an error or a glitch, I don't know. Yes, it will be Kate, to be honest, because I've got to think about going to bed after this, and I have to be up fairly early in the morning. Mace Taze is sort of up fairly early in the morning, so I kind of have to keep a I have to restrict it down to 4 hours. Does it look a bit more busy over there, or is it me? Not sure. Yeah, sorry mate, yeah, it's it all depends on the timing, because sometimes if we do 4 runs and it's a little bit on the shorter side, then we've got time for an extra run, but that tends to be if we're, sometimes I'll get to the 3.5 hour mark and we've done the 4 runs, so, but tonight they've all been fairly lengthy ones. Yeah, I must try. That will be one I definitely must try at some point for the future. A 66 run on this this route. Perhaps that's a possibility for next week. Ah, okay. I don't know Great Western Railway 6029, Bob. I'll have to give him a try. I absolutely love these Mark II carriages. And I mean, what's not to love about blasting down the West Coast Main Line in one of the first generation electrics? I mean, this really is my heyday, and this is certainly what I remember. And I know that Peter's talked about the Deltics and the you know, the early the old diesels, but this is what, for me, is what I remember. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. I mean, really, we need an 86.5 as well, but and although, you know, there probably isn't going to be a a timetable for it anytime soon, but hopefully we won't be too far off. Somebody will create a Creators Club scenario where you could do London Euston to Milton Keynes set in the 80s, Birmingham New Street to Crewe set in the 80s, and then Crewe to Carlisle, and that is a one humongously long run. Yeah, well, the thing is for me, Bob, is, I mean, in terms of, I mean, I was born in the early 70s, so, you know, much as though I appreciate and, you know, I'm interested in steam trains, this was what I grew up with, and like I said on my profile page on the channel, it's I can remember being taken to see the trains in my pushchair and looking down on the West Coast Main Line and seeing these old trains. I mean, I've seen the pictures of the West Coast Main Line before steam days, but for me, it's always had electric locos, you know, in terms of my recollection. So this is how I remember it. Ah, interesting, yeah. Yeah, well, that's it. So, you know, which is absolutely fine. You know, don't get me wrong. Every time I've been on a steam train, you know, I've enjoyed it, but it's. I mean, we're all a bit different, aren't we? I suppose at the end of the day. I mean, what do you think of the steam routes that have been done? I only picked it up because it was in the sale, but I picked up the Peak Forest route. I don't own Spirit of Steam, and I've quite enjoyed a few of the runs with the Flying Scotsman, but I won't say I've exactly mastered the art of driving them yet. But they are quite fun to drive, and you get the impression that Dovetail Games have given up a little bit on Steam, but whether we're going to get anything else, it seems unlikely. Yeah, I feel as though I'm saying, waving at my father then, or my father and me going past that spot. Yeah, I thought you'd be more acclimatised with this one, Peter. I'm just hoping that the time isn't going to be too far off before we could do a full run on this from Crewe to Euston, which would be magnificent. Even better if we could do Manchester to Euston. I'd be really in my element. Yeah, I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? And again, most of the new developers, I mean, apart from Just Trains who've kind of done the 80s, most of the new developers tend to concentrate on the modern day. But it seems as though they put a lot of work in to get the first steam trains released, and then they just have got no interest in continuing with it. Oh, incidentally, I'm glad we're on the up fast line here. They've not stuck us on the slow, which is good. I've got to imagine, I can't remember. We did an 87 run, didn't we, last week? I can't remember whether we went on the fast lines or not then. And of course, because we're driving this loco and these Mark IIs, then we only have a top speed of 100, not 110. And hopefully we'll have some more news on the upcoming Crewe to Preston route from Just Trains in the roadmap on Thursday. Any other thoughts on what you're looking forward to in the roadmap? Yeah, I think I'm right in saying the 47 that they used was basically the 47 from Northern Transpennine, wasn't it? So I think they basically used that, but then just upgraded it a little bit. Ah, excellent, Peter. Yeah, definitely. And I've said before, you know, obviously delighted that Incredible Trains Johannes has found work doing the scenery or helping out All Aboard Studios with Wolverhampton to Birmingham. And I hope we start to get some pictures of it, because that's going to make that route absolutely awesome when we do Stratford to Richmond. As you say, Scooby, I mean, they've got to spend quite a bit of time, I would have thought, on the roadmap, both the article and the stream on talking about fixes, particularly for the consoles. It's, you know, it's no joke, is it? And as you say, it's not an option for you even to say, right, well, I'll buy a PC and then I can actually just download all the stock that I've bought. This is Norton Bridge, by the way. All the stock that I bought previously for the console. I mean, I actually think, you know, personally speaking, they should kind of offer that. I mean, I know it's not an option for everybody, but they should give people at least the opportunity of being able to do that, rather than you not being able to do it. I mean, you know, I know they're bought off different platforms, but there's got to be a way, surely. So hopefully, Peter, we'll get the other station at Wigan, won't we? Because obviously you've got North Western, and then the other one's just across the road, and you know, I suppose you're only going to get a few yards of the line there. Is it Southport, Manchester, isn't it? But at least we should get at least part of it. Struggling on this section to not go over the speed limit. It's racing away, this 86. And I'm looking forward to doing those merry-go-round hopper services as well from Fiddler's Ferry to the nearest colliery and back. That should be quite interesting. Right, what was that AWS for? Oh, is it one of those random ones? There's no upcoming speed reduction anyway, is there? Well, I'm saying that we've got Stafford coming up, haven't we? We'll have to keep an eye out on these signals because I don't know whether it's going to be an approach control job or whether we're going to be held. Yeah, absolutely. And again, I'm always a bit worried when it's Alan Thompson simulation, and I don't mean this in any way disrespectfully. But sometimes it's kind of like, you know, I just don't know when it's actually going to be released. But we know it's not going to be inside of... it wasn't in the 0 to 3 months. So it'll be next year, I think, without a doubt. But the pictures of it certainly look pretty well advanced. And that's going to be excellent to drive as well. And hopefully... that'll be a freight version. Well, we know that's a freight version, but you get the impression it's the first of a pack, and we're going to get a passenger version at some point. So I'm going to trundle up to this. Love the sounds of that motors as he ratchets his, whatever the word I'm trying to make is, you know what I mean, but you hear the sound of it mechanically going up. So I'm hoping by the time we get there now, can I see a feather there? Yeah, we're green, aren't we? We're good. But we've got to get a little bit of brakes on. Three. We were watching a stream last night, me and my brother, the Crewe rail cam, and we saw a class 47 coming through, and it was a Ralltour stop, but apparently it was an empty carriage stock working. We worked out. Yeah, well, they do, Bob. I mean, they've had a few issues with the Manchester Airport commuter route. It all got a bit political, but that was partly why it took so long. But hopefully more exciting stuff for them to come in the future. Bogcart Station. I've probably mentioned this before, but I've been on one train in my life from Wigan Walgate, and my one and only visit in my life to Wigan, and I got one of those what was a 319, but are these 769s now, is that right? And it broke down just outside Bolton, and in the end they managed to get it back into Bolton because they figured out that they could get it working from the cab at the other end, which is why I think it came in okay in the first place. I mean, out of interest, how do you feel about like the old DMUs then, Peter? So you know, the old first generation DMUs. Do you prefer? Do you have an interest in those, or do you still feel as though they are bug carts? All right, crikey, Andrew, that sounds interesting. Balloon incident. Explain more. Yeah, I think the 90 when it comes out is going to be incredibly popular. Ah, right, okay, yeah. I mean, I've got quite fond memories of the first gen DMUs, and you know, sometimes it was the 101, but mainly there were 120s on the Crewe Lincoln. So, say we went to Nottingham tons of times from Stoke, it was always a 120. I got a bit bored with them personally, though they were quite comfortable trains to ride on. I liked the 104s. Ah, right, okay. Yeah, it's one of those things sometimes you hear about what the problem is without actually having seen it. Ah, excellent, Scooby, yeah. I mean, the thing is, although I think we can all guarantee that ATS will bring out a proper passenger version, I think within a couple of days you're going to get stuff like that. As you say, you'll do the LNER one, somebody will do the intercity one, and you know, even the Great Eastern Main Line one, the Anglia and stuff. But even though you know, and the more recent National Express and Greater Abellio and all that stuff, but even though there isn't a route to go with it at the moment. Right, okay. Yeah. Yes, well, that's kind of like the second generation, and I mean, I think we talked before, but the of course the Pacers came about because British Rail had issues with being able to spend money on new trains, and of course the Tory government at the time were not exactly renowned for being train mad, so the Pacer was kind of seen as like a cheaper alternative, but eventually they realised they were just going to have to build something more substantial, and the Sprinter came along. Yeah, not myself, only a couple of times. I think I went Crewe Liverpool on one once, and funnily enough Liverpool to Manchester Victoria on the old Chat Moss line, which is about the only time I've ever ridden on that line in reality, but I was kind of fascinated to go on that stretch of line because it's like railway history, isn't it, going through Rain Hill. But it is fair to say that the legend is actually totally correct, and that they were rather bouncy trains. Yeah, absolutely, yeah, and that's what I do like. I would like to see more of them, and you know, again, I think it's, I don't know whether it's ever going to see the light of day, but we had the team that were going to do the 104s for the Peak Rail, but I'd just love to see one or two more old first gen. I mean, the absolute delight. I'd love to see an old first gen EMU. And again, I've mentioned this millions of times, so apologies repeating myself, but you know, a 304, 305, 309, 310, 312, just any of them would be great for a start. Again, it just adds a bit of interest. I mean, I haven't got round to driving it, but there's a 101 scenario from Spiky Yorks on the Creators Club, and he's got it in Silverlink livery. I'm not sure that they ever carried it in real life, but on the old Goblin line, and again, it's slightly out of sequence because you have the overhead catenary and everything, but at least you do get the district line trains at the other end. It's funny, but I went on a 143 a couple of years ago. I don't know, might be 3 or 4 years ago now, but on the East Lancs Railway, on a heritage railway, which was quite interesting in its own right. they're just alive, these things are. I mean, just hearing the even just hearing the sound of the brakes coming on, it's just awesome. Excuse me. You get quite a good view from the cab as well of the route, don't you? Here, you really do get to appreciate the detail that's gone into this. We are 1.6 miles away from our destination. This is, I think I'm right in saying this is Bushbury Junction, so that bit down there takes you towards Bescott, Walsall, and avoids Birmingham New Street, and then I think you could then rejoin Birmingham New Street at you could rejoin the West Coast Main Line proper again at Stetchford. Yeah, just coming towards the end, but another lovely run. And if you do it, of course, if you do it in November, it would have been dark all the way. That's kind of, which, you know, in some ways is quite good fun to do. And I know Amaze Taze was saying this is a great route at night, but it just doesn't stream very well, so thought we'd do this set this in August time, then we can see where we're going. I think that line there coming in is the Shrewsbury line via Telford, which we can drive as far as Oxley Car Depot. I feel as though I've been far too relaxed about these signals without really taking much notice, but yeah, we are single yellow, aren't we? And we are signalled into platform 3. I think it used to have an old, I think they've been turned into like sort of college type buildings now, but I think it used to be some sort of brewery on the left hand side. It used to look incredibly run down, but I think it's been a bit spruced up in recent years. You've kind of got old versus new here, haven't you, with you've got a Pendolino parked up in the platform, and here we are in the old 86. Just a beautiful route, and has to be one of the highlights for me of 2025 in Train Sim World. Ah, well spotted, Andrew. You're more observant than me. Wonder if this thing gets an announcement. Yeah, I don't know, Scooby. I don't know whether it's just the time of the day. Yeah, they do look a bit rusty, don't they? Right, well, there we go. That's that's the end of the stream. So I'll make a note of that. So run for... I don't know whether anybody else other than me and Amaze Taze was doing that one. But that's 10:428. So it is over, but we'll do it, as I said, as promised. I'm not going to drive it, but I'll load up your 66 just for a couple of minutes. So just out of... Oh, I don't think it's going to let us do that. I was going to have a look and... Oh, we're off. No, I was going to have a look at the timetable board there just to see. 10:459. Oh, well played, mate. That's a victory for you. So I think that makes our tally for the night 3-1 to me. I can't remember the last time I won anyway. So well played there. Very well played. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, really enjoyed the challenge as always. So it's only going to be very, very quickly. I don't know whether it works on this route, but let's have a look. I know it works on East Coastway, doesn't it? There's so many of these 66s, it's incredible. Where is it? Probably past it, haven't I? I like that, May says, yeah. Yeah, I know it is, Kane, but I don't know how to get it. Obviously, I want to show it you briefly in the game. Let's do it from here again. Where are we looking for? I know it's debranded. Just remind me again what it's called, Kane. Wait a minute, Creators Club. There it is, seen it. Actually, I could have... Wait a minute then. Wait a minute. There it is. Found it. Yes, I like that. Yeah, it's been another fabulous stream. As always, really enjoyed it. I always enjoyed the company, and enjoyed the runs as well. It's felt sometimes my brain's been a bit more or less in gear. It just depends on the on the day, but it's worked out nicely tonight. Oh, there we are, Kane. Probably not the best view of it, but we're actually inside the yard at Crewe Basford Hall. Never seen this before, by the way. Never seen this properly, so this is all new to me. So you can see a freight going on there. So that's the normal Deutschbahn branded one. And it's the one on the right, isn't it? There we go. There we are, so we'll leave it for there, and thank you very much everybody for your company, and again really enjoyed the having all these various contributors doing the runs as well tonight as well. That's made it interesting. I mean, that first one, there was me, Amazed Taze, there was Electric Blues, there was Concord, and there was Brian, and we've had quite a bit of competition all the way throughout the night, so it's made it all the more interesting. And yeah, absolutely, looks really nice and clean, doesn't it? How it would have been when it was first released. So thank you very much for joining, everybody, and as I usually say at this point, anybody that's looking back on this who hasn't done so, if you would consider liking and subscribing, I'd be tremendously grateful. And yeah, we'll look out on Thursday. I'll try and get a video up for Bonfire Night. There's possibly another one for tomorrow as well. But there we are. That's another stream. And yeah, until next Sunday for the live stream again. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I know you love those bog carts, really, Peter. You absolutely love them, don't you? But yeah, thanks again, and see you all next Sunday for the live stream. But for now, from Powerflower Trains and Planes, it is a very good night to you all. Bye-bye.